Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to this stream again. We're going to be doing some interesting things today. Let's get that set up. Paul will be joining in a second. And let me set up the vibes. Lo-fi. Daydream. I guess the lo-fi thing would be good. I'll turn it down. It's a little high. Okay, so we're live. And let's do some stuff. Share the screen. So one of the first things we were thinking about was doing things with the control net. We might still do that, but we have a better idea, something that's a little bit more useful. So we'll be doing that instead. I see Paul is here now. Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, hey there. So I see we kind of still are waiting for viewers to arrive.
Yeah.
So let's see. Is it annoying that I can't share multiple or prepare multiple things to share? So let's have that. So glorious 0 viewers. So I guess we'll just talk among ourselves.
Yes. We'll try to show interesting things on screen, I guess, and attract people. Either that or there could be a problem with the stream.
I mean, it does appear to work on Twitch. I guess the one person that it shows watching is probably me as I check in on the stream working.
We also do that too.
I mean, we can have a fancy something on screen, but does it really do anything? Probably not.
You can show off the pictures that we've been working on.
Oh yeah.
Not sure we'll use any of them.
Let me try to find where they are. Image to image. So share that window. So yeah, I've had a few things there. Like this is how it looks like if stuff isn't configured correctly. Then we get the original image. We have several different similar-ish but still different outputs that we got there. And yeah, you can get really broken outputs if you configure stuff wrong.
That one looks like the video game that we were doing before.
Yeah,
it has the same pipes in the background. Now that's some steampunk calculators.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the biggest insight I had like after our call this morning is that we don't have to make it perfect. Like we can be like robots and humans, and then it's not going to produce like something really cohesive, like where it's proper robots and humans. Oh, this one is so those are kind of all following the same original input template, right?
Mm.
And then I thought, well, maybe try a different picture. So this is for a top-down kind of original composition.
Ah.
And I mean, there's
kind of
something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, I mean, they're all kind of meh-ish. I don't even know what that is supposed to be. Like that isn't the original picture, but it's also nowhere. When I just changed the size of the output, and it went from photorealistic to very stylized. So after I've seen some of the stylized things, I went back to the original image, also changed the output to be a quarter of the size, and it also stayed with the stylized one. And then I tried, well, what if I like ask for comic book style or a graphic novel? And that's what I got here. And yeah, I mean, they are interesting. Kind of, you get more variety there. And then I went back, tried some more, prompt engineering there, and some different control net operations. And I mean, it's all kind of same-ish. Kind of the people in the front kind of get the better robotics going, I guess.
Yeah.
But as we were looking for something that says collaborate, like we want to have a picture that shows robots collaborating with humans. And it either produces all humans or all robots, which is kind of annoying, I guess.
Yeah.
So I've played with this for a while, trying to figure out a way to make it do that. And as I was doing that, I actually stumbled upon a new idea, which is just to make use of in-painting. Like, I think this one is my favorite, kind of mostly human but robot-ish influences. And after that, yeah, they are all from the same batch. So I have them produce images in 5, so I could try different things. And yeah, so once I had that, come on, why is it? Okay. Once I had that, I thought, hey, let's try in painting, because they are looking kind of futuristic and everything. So I went from, and you can see it here now, like I start with this image first. I actually wanted to start with this one, I think. Oh no, with this one, but I picked the wrong image. I mean, they're all kind of looking the same. But what you can see is that now only the guys in the background change, right? But they aren't like really that robotic looking. I mean, there are cyberpunk elements because the thing is mostly going for the cyberpunk vibe. But yeah, that didn't really go into the direction that I wanted. So then I decided, hey, we actually wanted to have humans collaborating with robots. So I started the original image, and I've picked our. Let me bring that image up quickly. Like, I've changed the input image, and why is Windows so annoying? I need to change Windows. So it's this one, right? I've picked one of the earlier robot images where it produced like more robot-y outputs, dropped it on top of the original image, and just masked out the robots, and like without a lot of effort. If I zoom in, you can kind of see that it isn't really masked out well or anything. It's kind of the least amount of effort I could have put into it. So now I've used this as the input image, and I've let me switch back to the other window. Okay, so for this now, the input image is like the robots that I've just shown. And I've or is it? Oh no, that's not quite there yet. So first I started just I masked out that and used that for inpainting. And that always because there's two guys sitting there, one looking at the other, and the other one goes. Yeah, it kind of always kept that particular pose going. Now I tried to tell it, well, make it more robotic, and yeah, that's what happened in that case. And yeah, I tried to start maybe. So a thing in painting here is that you have multiple options what it should start from. One of them is that it can start with the original image, so two guys sitting there at the laptops. But you can also use latent nothing and just the average color of the masked image. And depending on what you do, you kind of get also different in-paintings for it.
Oh.
And all of them were kind of meh, really. It's like not really good enough. Now, this is the first picture that starts with the robot being masked into here. And as you can see, it already kind of goes more into this robotic vibe. And I mean, that's not good yet. But I asked it to create like a set of images, and I think like this one isn't too bad. This one is kind of okay. This one looks kind of friendly with this very crude, like almost
like
anime-ish face.
Yeah, I like the face of the right robot, but then the robot in the background's face is kind of messed up. But then in the previous picture, that face is better for the one on the left, but the one on the right's face kind of sucks.
I mean, it's trivial to put them on top of each other because they like align so well. So using the same approach as I did for creating that in the first place, I think would work.
Okay.
Like, I think this one is kind of good. It also doesn't kind of remove the body of the second one.
Yeah.
This one isn't too bad, but here the body kind of goes invisible. Here it's just a detached arm and
Right.
a
So how
head
does that
on the
work?
stick. So yeah, then I played around with it some more, and it has interesting. Like I didn't give it any particular stylization in this case. It's just do something. Then I went with like a comic book vector art kind of approaches, low poly.
That guy's head is really low poly.
Yeah. But that one is interesting.
Really interesting.
I mean, the faces are
all
messed up, but it's something. Yeah, kind of tried to make it pixelated-ish. Didn't really like. It doesn't know what to do in order to properly pixelate something. It's not trained for it. It's like the standard stable diffusion model.
Yeah.
But you can kind of find a style. Oh yeah. Things that happen if you use the wrong control net stuff. Oh, and then I guess that is trying. Yeah, I was trying to play with my avatar picture, and I used the wrong control net setup. I was like, why is it broken like that? And then I've changed it, and I mean that's not me.
Face. Yeah, that's not you.
Very different face. But played around a little bit with it. Depending on just like here you can see it's only doing the background. Because I wasn't very careful in masking things out. Sometimes there's a little bit with my hair, but it's essentially the same.
It's pretty good.
Different kinds of backgrounds. And then I tried like, what happens if I keep the background the same and just,
for some reason you got like Che Guevara vibes in that first one.
This one.
It has to be the red thing.
Yeah, it's the red thing. It kind of gives up. It's it's fun how messed up faces are. Like, oh, so that's how I would look like if I would like go for the homeless look.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Actually, wonder what I would look like if I was if I shaved my head. That would be kind of interesting to see different hairstyles.
Yeah, we could do that. Take a picture of you, give you some more
or less hair. Well, I know what I look like with more hair, but I kind of wonder what I'd look like with less hair.
Yeah, so that's kind of those are all the results of playing around with my own picture.
I like that.
That one has something. So yeah. Could actually turn that's like in an animation.
Yeah, it's a really weird animation, but kind of cool. It's like an interestingly cool effect.
Even on those things. Robots are working.
Yeah, I like these, but maybe regenerate the face. I mean, this face is good. ish.
I mean, we can
Mix and
do
match
some
later.
manual photoshopping and
Mhm.
pick the ones that we like the most.
Like cavemen using Photoshop with a mouse.
No, with a trackball.
Even better.
I mean, there is like something like this. I feel like this says AI more than the robots do, but it's also kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's like you got a little like AI ghosts thing going on there.
Yeah. And those are kind of cool. Like they get a lot of tattoos,
Mm-hmm.
like everyone, but the guys in the background.
I wonder why. No, because they're more robot than man or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the girl here, or I guess, I mean, the original was girl, so she has robotic arms. Whoever sits on this side has one robotic arm, one regular. And I guess the number of fingers is kind of okay because ControlNet does control that. Okay, I guess we've given enough
A few people here. We can
stuff, yeah.
go and try and get started.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. What are we doing today? Today we are going to make a ChatGPT interface using the OpenAI API. That allows us to like branch conversations. Like I found it useful, or I would have liked that a lot in the main ChatGPT client, I guess, if I could just branch off conversations, or because sometimes I don't really want it to use something as context, or I want the first few things to get more weight. It's the same thing, like we can have a conversation with each other and then just go back and kind of ignore what has been said since that point.
Yeah, like you can go on to like a tangent when you're having a conversation with someone, and then bring it
Exactly.
back. And as humans, we have the ability to kind of selectively go back to the previous conversation ish, right? Maybe we are kind of affected by what we were saying after that when we decided to branch off into a tangent. But regardless, like sometimes, like actually, there's a few people who say you should kind of create a chat that describes your style or something like that, and then save it so that later on you can just paste that into the beginning and then ask it to do what you want to do and things like that. And it kind of got us thinking the way if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff, right? Why it's like having folders of like context that you kind of want to extend from. But just having a library of those things would actually be kind of annoying, and be more interesting to have each thing be its own node. And tree is interesting. Like there's a few tree-based editors out there, and I think those would be really cool to implement. But also a kind of graph would also be cool from my perspective of being able to start a conversation, have it go somewhere, and then just take the output of that conversation and merge it into another one. It's something that I have in mind. It's something that could be very useful in kind of fine-tuning what ChatGPT outputs. So we're going to do that
Yeah.
with everyone watching, because then that way we stop procrastinating on it. It's a really easy thing to like start getting into and go like, I wonder what happens if you do this, or like it's easy to get
Yeah, it's
distracted.
like I wanted to start on that yesterday, and then I got into playing with Stable Diffusion again. So yeah, let me open.
And we could do this in circuits, but I kind of feel like in this case, so the thing about circuits is that it's not really a graph, right? It's a workflow. You got to start and end, and that's what you're doing there. So what we want is probably something way different. So we're not going to use circuits for this one. And I think that'll make it much better. Just being able to, because there are going to be many things about, even though you have multiple conversations, you're going to want to order them in the context window. So having some easy way to do that would be really important. And it should be an interactive thing, I think, right? You might start seeing the output of the thing, and then you can stop it halfway, or edit what ChatGPT just said to match what you're thinking of, and then take that and then put it into another thing after that. By building that up, I think things can start to get really powerful really quickly. So it has to be a specific thing rather than a circuits thing.
Yeah. So while you were explaining this, I was setting up my IDE, and well, let's. Is there still a browser inside of
No, I see
JetBrains IDEs, or do you? Because if I share my entire screen, nobody will be able to see anything at all.
Yeah.
Kind of switching all the time back and forth is a little bit annoying.
Yeah. Isn't there a way to share like a region?
I think we can't using StreamYard. Yeah, I can't add an extra camera, and I can't select a second thing to share, which is a little bit annoying. I guess. Let's see it.
There is an embedded browser plugin. Try installing that and see if it works.
Let's see.
It's not exactly the highest rated extension out there.
Looks like there's a ChatGPT tool built into IntelliJ now. Embedded web browser.
Actually, that ChatGPT tool must also be a web browser based off how it looks. So whatever they're doing should be doable. Yeah, there's like embedded browser and then embedded web browser.
Yeah, I mean, the main interesting thing is where does it come from?
Yeah.
Who has touched it the last time? Like, I don't necessarily want that stuff. So the web browser, like this one, is based on JavaFX.
It's probably suck, but it might work for something.
We could do something different. Give me a second. Now, what's the? I haven't used it for so long. The stuff that usually is being used for streaming.
OBS.
Yeah, OBS. I do have that, and I have that set up for easy switching and everything. So I might be able to set that up and then stream that in instead of my camera. So give
Might
me
work.
a second to see whether I can make that work.
Let's see if it works. The suspense. Or you could implement it with Jupyter Luck. Which could be a thing, right? Because you can have something, and you can work with Python here. And it's Chrome, so you can open up another tab and show that. Let's open up something more interesting. I have many random circuits files around here. What's this one? Describe variable component. This is the loop component that we did. Very old, and it gets disconnected. That's weird. I need to start using like supported versions of this thing. This one works fine. I mean, I guess you could. It'd be so annoying to use circuits for what we're talking about. But not impossible to make another plugin like this. Wouldn't be that nice, but it's not necessarily too bad. I think it's safe to say that Paul's experiment might not work. But anyway, I do think I have my kind of custom OpenAI component here. A very simple one. It's nothing crazy. So in the OpenAI one, we have just generate and edit. And the edit thing is something that people don't really realize about the OpenAI's APIs. It's pretty interesting. You can have some output and you just ask it to modify it, like fill in the spelling mistakes or things like that. And that's something that could maybe possibly work. Although it looks like Paul's got something working.
Yeah. I guess we need to make me
there you go.
Yeah, if I'm like the main thing.
Yeah.
I'm down in the corner. We've got some things happening, and
the resolution is not too great.
Yeah, that is expected, kind of, because you're getting. I think we are kind of live at 720p, so it doesn't let me set a high resolution.
Well, it's kind of looking better now, so it looks much better than it did before. But still, I think upping the fonts by like 2 or 3 ticks might be best.
Yeah, let me do that. I guess
the browser looks perfect.
Okay, I guess that will have to do.
Yep.
And let's go here. Oh, why is that plugin? Oh, so annoying. Just updated WebStorm. And okay. So enable plugin. And oh, okay. Give me a second to downgrade my IDE. Can I even?
I mean, I was using Svelte on the latest PyCharm.
Yeah, it's like there is an update that just recently, like the 23 something came out. And I need to go back to that. So what you get is a look at my air quality here. I think I should actually open a window and get some fresh air in. So while it is downloading, I can. Doesn't move. Why doesn't it move from the side?
I like the circle thing you got going on there.
Yeah, I mean, if we just stream like that directly through OBS, that's kind of easy to set up.
Yeah. Although I think maybe we could give that a try. Like the StreamYard thing was, just the quickest thing to get started. And you can totally do more things with more advanced software.
Hey,
but I don't know how to share 2 people talking at once. I guess we just need a server.
Oh, that's rather easy. In order to get that set up, we would need to use Video Ninja. Then I share a link with you, and like one of us is then the one who's actually streaming it out.
Oh, I see.
Okay, let me show you my air quality rapidly improving as I've opened the window. And yeah, the temperature absolutely isn't right, but the device that's measuring that stuff sits on top of my computer. And I guess that's the exhaust temperature that I've got.
Yeah, I have the same kind of issue. The GPUs keep the room nice and toasty in the winter.
Yeah. Oh, now it's getting kind of frosty in here.
I'm looking at the stream on Twitter, and the resolution on Twitter is pretty bad. But it doesn't seem to be so bad on Twitch or...
I think on Twitch it...
yeah, I
let
think
me double
there
check on
must
Twitch.
Be a... Yeah, Twitch seems fine. It's definitely Twitter has some kind of like limit on the resolution. So it's kind of essentially not possible to read the Welcome to Svelte kit on the left side. But really? It is possible to read it on the right.
I mean,
yeah,
can make it
that's doable.
Even larger.
Should be fine like that.
So I'll check that nothing else is working. Okay, hot reload appears to work. And man, how cold is it today? It's like the window hasn't been open for that long, but the humidity just absolutely tanked. I mean, it's not 18%. That it's because it's like warm air that it's measuring. I'd say it's easily like in the lowish 30% now. Like I can feel the dry air. And I guess about 400 ppm of CO2 is going to be fine enough. So I'm going to close the window again. Right. So what am I doing? Oh, right. So
Let's make our tree-based editor.
Making a tree-based
graph-based
editor, we are also using something slightly different from what I usually use for my UI stuff. Have I even finished installing that? We have Tailwind CSS, which is going to come in very handy. And we have Flowbyte. So
that's new.
Yes. The main reason that I'm going to use that is bring that thing up here. It has components directly, like it has a lot of components. It doesn't look too, I guess, it doesn't look too offensive. Like it doesn't really have a lot of character on its own, I think. But it is easy to use. Can just import stuff and I don't have to create anything from scratch. Like in some other cases, I would be using something like Daisy UI or maybe the skeleton things. But I think Flowbyte is going to be good enough for us for today. And the nice thing is, like, if I don't have one of, like, if I want to use something that isn't here already, I can also just use Flowbyte here. Like the regular Flowbyte without the additional svelte components, because okay, can have like a chat room component or an input for that, and I can just copy and paste that.
I wonder when Primeface is going to make a svelte version. That would be nice.
Yeah, that's true. So let's go back here. And I guess the first thing that we want to do is produce something like a chat looking thing.
Like actually that chat UI that you were showing, I was kind of wondering if that would be, that would be cool to have at the bottom. And then when we send, it creates a card. And then we can make that card drag and droppable. So like have that positioned at the bottom. And then there's a card. This is drag and droppable.
Yeah.
And then we could add ports on the top and the bottom, or maybe the left and the right. Not so sure.
So something
like just
like
circles,
that.
you know.
So we're going to make something that's maybe going to flex like that. And so we can see what's going on.
Make it nice and pink.
Give it maybe a isn't that? Yeah, that was the right thing. Shouldn't that grow? Yeah, it should, but only if
you need to. Yeah, it's growing. Like there's just one line of text, so we need to set the width and height, yeah, to 100%.
And so HTML itself should have that now. Our body does not.
I'd probably put like body, or even the
okay, now
the
our body
div.
does have that, but this very first
and then also do the same for the what's it called, the main that you have in there.
I want this one to kind of grow, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's going to be good enough for now. So we have that. I want to get rid of the background. So let's give it something chat-ish.
No, I don't think we want like the bubble thing, but
yeah, I think something like with a card and
yeah, like there should be maybe like different colored cards for what you're saying versus what ChatGPT responds.
Well, like we could also go with the same kind of design that we have for like that is actually there. Let's see whether they maybe have something neat looking on the main page. That doesn't look like it, at least not for cards. So yeah, we could also check out the Flowbyte blocks. That has anything that's looking interesting.
Yeah, just try adding a card, because I don't think they have anything. Like I think the thing we want to do is add a card and then see if it's possible for us to drag and drop the card in that area. And if not, we could probably do some kind of keyboard shortcut things to make it into a tree, so that tab and enter and things like that can manipulate the tree.
Yeah, I think I would probably just start with getting a regular chat going. So in principle, I guess the user could be like,
You need a little gateway, like a Python gateway to OpenAI. I'd probably do that, and then we could connect to it through a Fetch API or something.
I mean, I can just use a regular yeah, like that could be the bot. Yeah, and the white thing could be me.
Yep.
Does it really need to be like cards? I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Do you want give them some
You know,
particular
the
body?
background should be. I really like the style of the background in Daisy UI, like in their showcase, like a bunch of dots. That was it looked like, you know, the graph paper type of thing.
Ah, yeah. Give those things a little shadow. You mean like the background for the chat itself?
Yeah.
Let's see, can we just lift that from them easily? I guess we can. Copy. So let's figure out what BC is. And B2. And what is it complaining about? Okay. Now let's get that. That's not quite there. Where do we get this nice grid pattern from? Supposedly that comes from this background image. But apparently I'm missing something else. Now we have it. I think it's invisible to most people.
But I can kind of see it. It's good enough. The compression doesn't like the video compression doesn't like that kind of pattern.
Yeah, it's
but it's there.
Yeah, it is there. Okay, so now we can. Okay, I guess we can drop the emojis and this thing, but I guess we have our very basic chat interface now. Would be nice if that would grow, actually. So let's see. Can we make it grow? And oops. Text area. And this one is just fixed size. We could also just give it a fixed size too, instead of one row, like 4 or something like that. I guess that's good enough for the beginning. So our next step then is to get an OpenAI client.
Well, I was thinking, you know, since I have the bot set up and like Q&A mode, I can make the same WebSocket, but also use the different API.
We could. I was thinking about getting something that would like creating something that would directly talk to OpenAI for now.
Mm.
Let's have a lib directory and create a new TypeScript file. And we're going to have a basic function which is to be sent message. So we have message and some history, I guess. Our message is going to be a string. And the history is going to be an array
A list of strings. Yeah.
It's going to be something more than that.
Yeah. So there's human and system, right?
There's human and system, and there's human and system
and history
and
assistant.
Let's see. Yeah, there's role assistant. Let's call it content and role here. Okay, let's call it message. Because now history can be a list of messages. And do we want it to be... So there are several things that we may do with this. One of them is that we could, in principle, just have a continue button if it stopped because it was all out of tokens, for example.
Mm-hmm. It's something you do so often, and yeah. It's like, keep going. Don't stop
now.
I
do that like all the time.
Yeah.
And I guess that is going to be sure. And messages is going to be history with... Now let's have that be a proper message too, because that makes it very easy. So then
I kind of wonder if in the UI we want to have like a checkbox so that we can change whether or not it should interpret what it said as itself or the user.
That is a good thing. So one thing that I was thinking when I came across this was that it would be neat to sometimes change what it has said. Yes. Like, I want to just change it a little bit.
It's like it's almost there.
Yeah, it's like almost there. But I'm going to change it, and then I'm going to give it the next prompt. And now I need to look up how fetch works. Because I have no memory whatsoever.
Especially now with all the AI.
Yeah.
It just gets worse.
So, fetch resource, and then we give it options. So, method is post. Headers is an object, apparently. So, you can use authorization. And I'll have to put my token in here.
It's in the.
I'm just going to.
Can't you just make a little proxy thing? That can replace it with an environment variable?
Yeah, that's a good idea. So for now, because it's on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Be like that. And in here, and now I need to throw something up to add to get that again, because as I said, I have no memory. At least nothing that's in any case working. So I should have something where I can just copy that. And I probably need something else to copy from, because I need the one where I have changed the parameters of the request. So it's going to be a little bit uninteresting to look like while I'm going through several layers of stuff, trying to figure that out. And I should have that right about here. So this goes a little bit like that. I need load env, and I need a server, which will give me a proxy to, what is it? I guess everything v1 will go there. Target is going to be https api.openai.com, and we'll change our origin and we are going to give it an authorization header, and that will come from env dot yes AI API key. So some more fun changes. So we are going to Yes. That. And does it need? Ah, right. We need to have a thing like this. And now we can have env, and we're going to need our mode and the process working directory. The mode we can get as a parameter, and the process we need to import process. And that in turn means that we need to install that, I think. So let's restart this.
The yak has almost been shaved.
Yeah. And now I can actually go in and search for my API key. So to set this up, let me move that out of view. And what have I called it? Yeah. Yeah, equals to that. I can move it back. And
You can try a model list real quick, because that's a simple one to try.
Right. Then I need to add that in here. I think that will be good enough-ish.
Yeah, v1/models.
I mean,
yeah, just like fetch
right.
and get
In
it,
principle,
and then
I can
console log it.
do that here.
Oh, yeah, fetch v1/models.
Unauthorized. Invalid authorization header.
Oh, do you need to put bearer and OpenAI key?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, didn't fail. And we got it, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Great.
Now we're good.
Looks like that works. So we can continue with this. So for our body, we want to give it JSON string defines payload, and we are going to await a response and return response JSON, I guess. that should be good enough to send that back and forth. So now we can have a small, I guess, message store. Need to export that stuff. Oh, come on, why is it complaining? I guess I'll...
Can you write it like that? Type. I need type comma.
Ah, the reason for type. This should be TypeScript.
Ah.
But it should be able to resolve this.
I think that's a plugin issue.
Yeah, that could be a plugin issue for now. Oh, but it certainly is going to be like .js in here certainly wouldn't have worked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's have that. Our input text is going to be empty, and our text area is going to be bound to text on it, or is it value? I guess it's going to be value. I'm going to put that here, and when that button is... Well, let's not have it on the button. Let's do it on the form. Submit. I'm going to prevent default. And yes, we're going to send the message. Yeah. Message to chat. I don't have a better name for that because we already have sent message that we want to import. Okay, so our async send message to chat. Obviously, that will need to do a few things. First, it will check if the input text is still empty. And only if it is not empty, we're going to do something. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a message that has the type message, just for my convenience here. The role is going to be user, and the content is going to be whatever input text we have. And then we are going to get the response, which is we're going to get from sent message, our message, and the message history.
And later on, we can maybe play with making it stream. If you make it with a stream, it does return server-side events, which is kind of cool.
Oh, if you're using what?
If you use a stream, which is a Boolean parameter of the request body, it will use server-side events to respond.
Oh, interesting. Actually, I have never used server-side events like from JavaScript.
I have so long ago, like before WebSockets was a thing. I remember using that.
But I guess I would have to set it up like something like this. New event source, and then
possibly, yeah. And then there's like a message callback, and when it sends bracket done bracket, that's when it's done.
Ah, cool.
But I kind of wonder, like, is that faster or slower? Because I have the feeling that it's kind of slow. Like when using the REST API, I feel like the responses are faster than if. But I could be wrong. It just might be my imagination.
Okay, I think that should give us enough to collect the messages. And now we only need to output everything. So let's see, we're going to give it a thing. Yes, message content is what we're going to output, and it's going to have the green background if message role is what? Was that what it's going to be? Oh, assistant.
Assistant, yeah.
And I guess it's going to complain about that. Ah. That may work or may not work. Let's see whether that type of shortcut will work on that card. And I think in order to save a little bit of money, I'm going to get Svelte Legos involved.
How does that save money?
So very simple. It's going to save me money by making my simple store there. Oh, come on, where is it? Ah, yeah, there it is. By getting this store middleware.
Oh.
This middleware makes it really easy to sync your writable store to local storage. So we can play with the style and everything. And don't have to send messages to OpenAI all the time.
It's a good plan. Although so far we've only spent 7 cents today. But
yes,
the tax collector will come.
Yeah. So install the Legos. We start that to make it available. think it might even be available like by default. Okay. It already tells me that I can't do that. So I guess I need to change this to be a little less fancy. I mean, it doesn't really make as much of a difference for this particular case, but I can see why people kind of tend to stick with regular HTML for like this basic kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really need to be a class.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have our thing here. We're going to get our storage Lego. It's used with the writable first and the name second. And I guess we can start chatting now. Undefined.
I don't know what happened there.
Let's try it again.
It doesn't
Another
respond
401. You didn't provide an API key. I thought I did.
Weird. Check that we're not going directly to fetch. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That should be adding it at the proxy level, right?
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't. I mean,
Bear isn't usually completely in caps.
oh,
Yeah.
like, but why did it work before?
It could be that list doesn't actually check the token. Or,
Yeah, that could be it. And another. Okay, but it's a new error message. That's something we can work with. Let me. So, I mean, I am providing a model with temperature.
Mhm.
I think that should be there.
What does it say? It's too
Like-
slow. Using GPT-3 Turbo.
Can I? Yeah. In principle, we have that.
Mhm. And then the response is
The response is that I must provide a model parameter. So I
and the model parameter model GPT 3.5 Turbo. Which one were you doing?
Yeah, this one. I mean, I can make it explicit like that, but that is literally the same thing.
Same thing.
Maybe it is complaining because I now have some empty things inside here. So I have the undefined that I have collected.
You must provide a model.
And I mean, I do set model, just like they ask about it here. Model. Yeah. Messages. Temperature. Does it look like a misspelling?
It does not.
It also doesn't look like a misspelling. I mean, I'm not explicitly setting the content type. Maybe.
Yeah. Can instead of just stringify, can you just put the payload? It might work automatically.
I mean, it does complain.
I see. So then it's sort of explicitly saying this is JSON.
Let's see. And okay, it's new error. That makes sense, and that we kind of want to get rid of all those undefineds here. The easiest way to do that in our case is clean up local storage. But now it's gone. Come on.
One is empty. Why is that? Oh, that's the result.
Empty that out again. Network. Ah, yeah, right.
Okay, yeah, choice is 0 is what you want. So
exactly. I want to pull choices 0 message from it. I think. And says 0. And let's see. I probably should have added that thing only later on. But anyway, so.
What happened this time?
That. Oh yeah, 100%. Because I'm stupid. Wait.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. So now we can look into
moving things.
This. Why doesn't it get the background though? If we probably also, after sending a message, we want that to be empty.
Yeah.
And I mean, it should be assistant there. So why doesn't it have no, it does have the background green 100 class on it.
And something else must be happening there then.
You know what? I'm going to be a little bit simple on that. So regular cards. Oh, I had them open already, I guess. Anything simple to copy? I guess I'll just take that. And instead of doing that, like, yeah. So let's reformat this. So, yeah. I was hoping that I'd see a little bit more. Okay. So let's get rid of that. And we're going to use flex call on this. And that. Okay, why doesn't that background show up here anyway? Like, do we? Oh,
yes, that could be a thing. Okay, I guess I'll have it then again. Message role user being white. Minus. Let's give it. Yeah, I think that's good enough as a difference. That's good too. Let's give it a bit of a gap. And I guess we'll also reduce the padding, but give it a little bit of margin. Oh, that's good. Actually, we don't need the gap then. Okay. That looks reasonably good. Let's put a div around here. And that one will be, that's doing the flex grow. And that has the chat background. Because I'd like for it to scroll. Let's get some more messages going. I think we probably also want to add our message before we send things. Yeah. Because it kind of looks like nothing is happening. Is that gonna need the await tick thing, or?
That shouldn't need the await tick. The await tick is mostly necessary if you want to do something on draw. But you have good point, because as I'm going to add something more. Yeah, as we do this, apparently the scrolling didn't work. But now when we write something, it's not quite there. Why is that? Like, it does have the scroll bar even, but it's not properly sized, I think.
I think the fact that the message is kind of going away when you do that tells me that the thing that is scrolling is the big thing.
I mean, it should be scrolling. Like, we are not doing the scrolling down thing yet, right? What I'm trying to do is to make this body scrollable. But it's is it the flex thing? Does it need to?
Yeah, I think the thing that scrolls needs to not be the thing that flexes. So the thing that flexes first.
Yeah. That is why I've put the main inside the thing that flexes, and put relative on it. Oh, yeah, it's because I forgot the absolute here.
There you go. Now that looks
better.
Zero
isn't enough. Yeah, now it's scrolling, and now we can give it something to scroll to after the messages. So let's have and we can have something that will reactively do something. And that is where we add message. And if that exists, we're going to scroll that into view. So let's see. Probably want something to show that it is thinking, or something like that. And I think I've just scrolled manually. Let's do that again.
Yeah, either a typing or we do the streaming thing.
Okay, so this doesn't work because we are missing our tick. So essentially so what we're going to do here is, even though we're not actually using the messages, by setting it up that way, we know that whenever messages changes, we're going to call this function. Technically, we could do something like subscribe to it directly, but then we also need to take care of unsubscribing. guess we can even do it that way. Yes.
Hmm.
So changing it to first wait for the tick and then check for after messages
Mhm.
makes it that after messages is always going to be populated, even when we refresh the page.
Ah.
Because it first waits for a render and then does that.
Mhm.
In principle, we should be able to get away with even this. Connection refused. That shouldn't happen. Oh. Because we're running with Svelte Kit and it has its what's its name? Server-side rendering.
Mhm.
That is why we still need the if here.
Ah.
Okay, let's start the server. Okay. One thing that I see here that I guess maybe well, a bit annoying. Let's see. I think it's so nice that we can just check what it has sent in the past instead of recollecting everything. Yeah, all of those things. It's like it has new lines and everything, but it's not being rendered nicely. I think we want to. Yeah, we want to render that.
Yeah. It should be markdown, so if you just add a little markdown render to what it says, that should probably get it looking nice.
Yeah. I think that should be it. Because it's Svelte, everything goes into the def dependencies. So for our message content, it's Svelte markdown source equals message, and basically need to import that. Let's see, just Svelte markdown. Okay. Need to restart.
Yeah.
Gets rendered, but not as nicely as I would have guessed.
It does have the new lines though, so
it does have the new lines, but it should also have like the list isn't looking nice.
Oh. The card is swallowing that?
It's not the card swallowing it. It is the reset that is in Tailwind. So
oh man, you have to customize the classes that the renderer uses.
I know. It's easier than that. Just need to add. Let's see whether it will. Whether that will work or whether that will break more things. The project directory giving this command in cannot be determined to be guaranteed. That exists. Okay. Let's check that. Okay, so the Tailwind CSS typography plugin. I guess I need to set this up manually. PNPM ID this. Okay. Now we add that plugin and we should be almost golden. Yeah.
Sweet.
That looks like it should.
Cool. Let's connect it to RWKV and collect $10 billion. Be like,
Yeah, tables work too. Amazing.
and kind of amazing to think the daring fireball guy kind of like invented the thing.
Not too bad.
We
This
probably
stuff
want
works
to
too.
also have, we don't need it, but we can add like a Python, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Like a syntax highlighter plugin.
That'd be good.
That must exist somewhere.
Like an automatic one.
Yeah. I'm
Guess
sure
I
there's
think
a
it
markdown
doesn't.
plugin for it.
I mean, will it? I'm pretty happy to have this thing to just be able to check what we got from it. So it does say that it is Python. That means, in principle,
the syntax highlighter should work.
So the thing that I'm using here, let me make it so that it fits into the screen. Apparently I can add something to it, like the regular renderers, inline markdown. So it is using the marked thing, yeah. Options to pass to marked. You can tell it to use GitHub flavored markdown. The thing that it uses is kind of fine on its own. A function to highlight code blocks.
You need to pass it a function.
And so unlike highlight.js, the Pigmentize library uses asynchronous highlighting. Marked is agnostic to whatever you use. Okay, I might like to use the simplest one. I guess we are going to look to Pigmentize. Okay, so we can require that, I guess, and then do things. restart this one. We're waiting, and so we've seen in the docs for Svelte Markdown that we can what was it? Or where was that? Okay, we have source, renderers, and options. Options is an object with options for that, and I guess we just have light is going to be something like that. Just that we use pigmentize here. Format HTML, I guess, is going to be fine. And going to be like that. No, it's still reloading. We have something that says it's an error. Global is not defined. Comes from Pigment.
It's expecting to be running on Node. And global's defined on Node as window.
Oh yeah, that is not pigmentized. I
got the wrong
published 11 years ago. What?
Sometimes software is done.
Yeah, I kind of didn't expect that. Didn't look at it that way. Has been deprecated. That thing also doesn't exist anymore. I guess we use that takes us here. ArcGIS and bow tie. I mean, why spend any amount of thought to this if we can, I guess, use highlight.js? And highlight works with
more
that
modern.
So yeah, okay, yeah, so that's my problem. Okay, at least they tell you that it's highlight.js now. So highlight.js. We're going to import that, and our function is going to not care about the callback. And right like that. I guess that's all that we need.
Compiling now.
It's both not complaining but also not highlighting. Would have expected that to look a little bit different.
Can you put a debugger on the function call to see if it's getting called?
I guess we can. Okay. I guess we're not getting source maps for whatever reason. So, oh, have I not passed the options? I did. Okay. Okay. Good old print-based debugging suggests that it's not being used. We are passing options to it. So I guess it should be there. But highlighting doesn't show up in... Yeah, let's check the repository. Maybe someone has asked about it. Feature request, highlight.js. What? Code run the result. Okay. Here's a guy using something different. Do we have to do anything special? It doesn't look like it. I mean, I could also just go out and look for something different. Yes, inline. We could just forget about it for now.
Yeah, I guess so. If it's not getting called, yeah, not worth debugging that right now, I guess. Because the more interesting thing is,
yeah, exactly. That's not the thing that you want to have there, right?
Yeah,
it's just.
Exactly.
Yes, the most interesting thing here is probably just that the text isn't filling the entire width. That's something that I'd like to check first. Yeah, why does it have as much margin as it does. So we have a max width that comes from prose. And prose is what gives us like kind of the nice-ish typography on all of this. So yeah, override it, and there we go. We have as much max width as we're going to give it.
Sweet.
Right. Okay. So for anyone who has kind of just joined, we're currently building a new UI for ChatGPT. At the moment, all it does is it keeps a conversation, like a single conversation going. But it also renders the markdown in there nicely, like tables and everything. Something that we want to do, like now that we have our basic chat support going, I think is that we want to add support for multiple chats. And then we want to have support for branching chats. So like maybe I don't want to have this Python code inside my conversation. Maybe I want to branch off from this message or from whatever message. You should be able to do that. Yeah, or edit it. We could. I think we will start with
branching.
Yeah, the branching is the most like interesting thing here.
Yeah.
Editing is kind of something. Do we want to edit it in place, or do we want to branch from there with that change?
Ooh.
Yeah, so let's start with making it. Oh, what do we want to make it even? I think it would be nice to have the different conversations like tabs or something like this, so where you can have them on the side, I guess.
I mean, that's kind of what they're like right now, so it kind of makes sense. And then if it's like a tree type of thing, you could build it in
if
there.
it's so my idea for the tree kind of thing is to keep it very simple. We will also kind of need to give each chat a name the same way how it is done. Let's do that. Summarize this.
I think
chat
the way they do it is they do it in completion with just summary colon or one sentence summary colon.
And then gives it like the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see what we get if we go it that way. Summarize the chat history in a single sentence. Oh yeah, need to click the button. Don't do that on. Yeah, better in Tokyo.
And further discussions.
Yeah. So something like that isn't added to the actual chat history could be a nice thing.
Actually, just having a toggle gets it where we only include it into the messages that we give thing just based off of the status of that toggle. Like, if you had a toggle or you turn it off, then it disables the whole card, makes it gray.
Could do that. And I think like for the summary, I would probably, so something that I kind of dislike is that it renames it for you, like it gives it its initial name, but then as you're doing things, it doesn't adapt it. So it would be nice to have like a button to
Rename it.
just rename it now, and then it instead of just like being able to do it manually, you can also make it like automatic.
Yeah, I've actually like showing that I don't like having that invisible anyway, right? Like I would like to be able to rename the chat history because sometimes the things a man says between his AI are private.
Yeah, I mean, you can change things. That's my main point was that having a button to do it automatically would be nice.
Yeah,
And kind of
for sure.
once we get the branching, it would be interesting to like get a summary of like use the name of the main chat and then like a summary only for the new chat, like the subtopic. I guess that would be an interesting thing to do. Right, so where are we and what do we want to do? What do we need to do? I guess I'm going to
we can
drop
add the
this.
sidebar.
Right, the sidebar. So let me do this here because it's a little bit cleaner. We're going to have a div, I guess. I think that can be a nav. I think flex is fine. Div for that. Due to the way how the other things are.
You'll definitely have to give the nav a fixed width, I think.
Yeah, I want to make the other one grow too. I guess I'll do the div bit around it. But we are currently now missing the height. Why is it losing the height now? Like around all of this.
I'm guessing. because the flex is, or the nav bar is kind of constraining it.
I mean, you can just give it the like the full height, and now it's kind of fine.
Yeah.
So for an AF bar, we want that to have a max width of this yeah, it is. Like, how much do we want to give it? 16, 32. I guess that looks kind of reasonable. Maybe even that. No, that's too much.
Mhm.
Something like this. Set it to be maximum of that. Maybe give it some kind of darkish background by default. And this notes that my screen isn't fully visible. Or like,
Yeah, there you go.
that part.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So we have a little bit of that. Let's put a card there. Left. A little bit of that, and round it left. Be rounded by default, and rounded left a little. That kind of looks okay-ish, and I guess a little bit of margin everywhere but on the right.
Mm.
And we're going to make it not as dark. Give it a little bit more shadow. And I think that is good enough for what something could look like. Now, if we take this as our chat summary, that is too much. However, how do you feel about this being too this also needs text small, extra small. How do you feel about it being like up to 2 lines?
Yeah, it could be more useful with 2 lines, yeah.
Yeah, why? Never remember how to make the ellipsis stuff work.
Me neither.
So let's see. Let's bring up. I mean,
The text
how
overflow
do you
ellipsis.
make ellipsis work in Tailwind CSS? I mean, we have a an AI to help us with that.
Yeah.
And as I'm writing this, I also see the other bug, I guess. Just showing the input text while wait. Oh. Let's see. It says that you should use truncate, but we know that it is also full of shit.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a CSS text overflow ellipsis. Yeah.
okay. I mean, just truncate isn't enough.
Like just what about just ellipsis?
And while it does that, I'm going to check for. Supposedly, truncate does set that.
Oh, interesting.
So it claims that we may need line clamp 2. And I'm going to drop the max height attribute. Okay, so does it only work like it's here? That looks okay, I guess. Take some heading. I guess I can do that with heading X. And I guess it's fine with this. Okay, so we have the design for a tab bar here. Now, I guess we want another one. Does this even need to be a card?
Yeah, we want
it can be like a button.
Possibly. Like the main thing is we want to be able to drag it around, put it on top of stuff to make a subtree type of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or it could be that you just clone and then you can copy and paste things inside. Because what I was thinking was more like, you drag and drop these things together.
Yeah. You mean like take coordinates? Not. not feeling the like the drag and drop aspect of it yet. But I think we'll just need to get going. Also, I'm kind of I'm overusing Flowbyte a bit. I think Daisy would have been a little bit nicer. Doesn't matter.
Possibly.
Probably using Skeleton would have been a little bit more fun. For the people who don't know what I'm talking about, Skeleton is another thing, and you can get like more interesting looking things with it. And let's see, something interesting to look at. I mean, even its documentation looks a little bit more interesting, I guess, than just this regular thing that you see on every website ever.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll later switch things out. It's all based on Tailwind anyway, so most of the looks are going to be that way anyway. Okay, back to this, and I guess I should stop stalling. So, what do we have? Actually, I'm wondering, like we have quite a few, like we have 6 people watching. Has anyone said anything in the chat? Oh yeah,
yeah. Freeman said a few things. Pointed us to this Muse tree kind of UI.
Oh, Muse tree.
Yeah, which is what I kind of like had in mind, but like with the cards. So I was kind of thinking more of a canvas type of thing. And then you could connect. You could take a card with a chat and then split it into 2 different chats to build things.
Yeah, like that is the original thing that I was thinking about. But I think it's not efficient with the space for what we want to do. Because I have literally hundreds of conversations in the ChatGPT UI. I mean, they're not all branching out like that, but I mean, we could use it. There are several
if
things
you can
like
zoom
that.
in and out, it wouldn't be too bad, I think.
Yeah. But I guess it again goes into like we first need to get the basic functionality done. And I'm stalling. Okay, so what we want is to have our messages be a little bit like split on things. We want to have multiple conversations. So let's create a new subpath and move everything there. So that's going. So now we could move conversations into a, let's get the page store and we want the conversation ID here. I think that should work. So if I call the conversation messages, yeah, it brings up the previous conversation. So in
Kind of
order
amazing
to
how, like,
make
with just the last hour and a half, we've recreated really the current UI for the thing.
and we are kind of stalling a lot, or I'm stalling a lot. So what we also want to have is some kind of we want to have some kind of index of all our conversations, right?
Right.
So, and each conversation is literally a title and an ID. So string ID and string title. Is it? Oh. Yeah, right. It's ID string and title string. Would be nice if I could remember the syntax of all languages, but they're so like
so many
similar. It's so similar. It's like, but even the similar, just the ones that I don't use that often, I just forget about. So we're going to have a thing that is similar to our messages, but instead we have a list of conversations. Its name is conversations. Left like that. And then we're going to iterate over each conversation. And we're going to put the conversation title in here. So when we want to have a new conversation, I guess all we need to do is come up with a new ID for it.
Take max ID here, or just add it to the length plus one.
Yeah, can do that. So that would be I guess we want to have that on the top, maybe above everything. Is that on button? That is you could literally have it like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but
need to.
So there are two things. This, like, because we clicked on this and it like stayed the same. This needs to be slightly different. Because that is then technically a derivative, or like a derived store that depends on the page, and like page like that, and produce it that way. So now if you go to messages, oh come on, did I mess something up? Is it? I think the initial value. Is that? Ah, right, because I'm having I also have a set, like a set operation on this. So, but does Svelte Legos have something useful for us here?
Possibly. I literally learned about it an hour ago. I had no idea it existed.
So, visibility, size, listener. Yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, this one is, I think, the one that we want. Yeah, not quite, I guess. So, if we have it be derived from the page store, right, so if you want to use the pig store, we would have one single store that has all the messages in there. I think I'm not going to go with that for now. Instead, we are going to use the regular Svelte store functionality and a derived store. So a derived store can have callback for things, and it can have a set function to be able to set things. So I guess what we need to do in that case is to pass it on. Why is that complaining? The argument type is not assignable to parameter type. I guess we'll... Oh, it's literally was complaining because I didn't have the comma here.
Oh,
Right, so let's see. This still complaining about... each iterating only over array-like objects. Is it complaining still about messages? Ah,
is there an await missing somewhere?
no, I think the problem is that we are returning a store that is derived, like we are returning a full store, not just a value. Oh, that's interesting-ish. So I guess the thing that I wanted to skip, we're not really going to skip. Any easy way of doing that? Let's see. Yeah, it takes only another store and a key, so we can't really do that. Oh, that's a little bit annoying. But I guess we'll figure it out. So instead of having it that way, we're going to continue putting it into messages. But you will have an object there. No, we will have a dictionary there. Or a map, or whatever it's... Yeah, this is complaining that this is not... and that will have... this inside. So that is all messages. Now that means that we can have messages with a pick. And we're going to use page parents ID there, I think. And if we take another look at Svelte Legos, so if we pick name and that, oh, is that going to be like, is okay, that is only a readable, but we want it to be writable too. Well, I guess we are back to having derived. but now it's different. So we have a derived thing. It requires page and all messages. And we're going to use page and all messages to return all messages get. Page. And we're going to when setting it, we only get a value. Wait, our callback gets them like that. And with... Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we have like that. That is Is that going to work like I want it to work? Or am I... because I think a derived will again only produce a readable store. Oh, yeah.
Is there...
It's literally... And that is like that. So we could make it kind of different, but I think for now it's fine to things this way.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be sophisticated. It can be dumb and repetitive for what we're trying to do.
So
my kids have lost my Apple Pencil, and I really want to draw some things. Now I have to find paper.
okay, so we add fancy stuff, and it is complaining probably that does add have MDN set get. Does it have a default for get? Or do I have to check with has before I can do anything?
If it has it, it must be the second parameter, so you can just try passing another thing in there.
Yeah, looks like it does not have it. So Okay, let's see. Conversation ID is that as the conversation ID, then we're going to get it, and if not, it's just an empty thing. All messages has is not a function. Why?
What's the type
Literally
of
says
all
so.
messages?
Oh. Yeah, it would be the right type if it wouldn't be full of messages. So let's get rid of that. Now it's empty. Hey, how are you? That didn't work like I expected. Yeah, using, like, I've tried to use map multiple times. For some reason, it always comes back to bite me. Yeah, the reason for that is that we didn't want to go fancy here. Okay. Give me a second to rethink my life choices. Yeah, so by making it very simple for us to just have a random kind of storage in local storage, things got to be a little bit annoying. So I think with this it would work. Yeah. And that means I need to get up and not be so lazy. Which means creating a custom store for our things.
But what's special about our things that kind of requires a different store?
It's mostly about making this API a little bit saner, I guess. And creating a custom store isn't that much, really. It's I'm going to do that right now. And yeah. It's complaining that it's empty. That's fine. And really need to do that. So we can. Okay, I guess that will be a multi-line thing. And our custom store, I guess we're going to have a set conversation ID on it. So let's make a string to have a flash. It's default. Is going to be whatever it got, that's what's created. Honestly, it's just going to be whatever. And then we will set our messages are now yeah, I'm going to set the conversation ID like that, and that makes it reactive, so whenever the page changes, we're going to change the conversation ID for our store. Now we can map has conversation ID. We're going to set map conversation ID to map get. Let's be even simpler. So it's nothing if it has it as address equals to that. And we're going to set that. Okay, now we can call add message on that, and because we have the conversation ID, it will give us the messages.
I'm actually reading about stores now because I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Well, I mean, I guess I know what they do, but like, I wasn't sure what the constraints were.
Yeah. We could do even something about the subscribe method, I guess. But no, I don't want to override subscribe because then I have to deal with more things. Or no, I'm going to keep to leave it that way. Now I'm wondering, because so we can, in principle, have something like, because we're not going to call set on it, we're going to call add message on it now. So by removing set and update on it, this turns it into a readable, essentially. we could, and if it's already going to be a readable, we can use like a derived so we could keep our conversation ID in a writable. Now let's make this work first, and then we're going to do any more fancier stuff. So then all messages, if it has that, if it has the conversation ID, then we're going to get that. I think that is good enough. Okay. So now you can use all messages, add message, which is our input message, and then we can use all messages, message with the response, and that should work. Now it should work, but apparently it doesn't. Let's make the full. Yeah.
Why has missing?
Let's see. So we're going to output this, and did I forget some message there? So any object that implements subscribe, unsubscribe, and set is a valid store. We have set, subscribe, update, which is good. So I would expect that it should be a proper map, but maybe something about the way how things are stored doesn't fit with it. Okay, so we have duplication.
I think we're...
And it's not
before
properly deserializing to local storage. So I think map doesn't work well for us.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm going to just stick it into
stick
an
with the
object.
JSON.
And if it isn't undefined, we're going to get it. Then yes, then we're going to set a value. I think that is a good starting point. Oh, we still don't have that, so that. Okay, so why do we have this particular duplication here?
Is that supposed to be like not idempotent, but is it supposed to be like returning the new thing? And leave the old one in this place?
No, we're using update. Yeah. Or should we use update there, or should we use something else? Let me think for a second. How have I done it previously? So annoying that I have no working memory. Let's see. I usually use update because set kind of just doesn't give me the current value. Set just allows us to overwrite whatever the actual current value is. We do call it, like we call add message here and here, so we're only adding it once. And for whatever reason we have it twice here. Let's remove it from here and just try again. Now it is there once. No, it is twice there. And the assistant is there only once, but why?
Are we adding just the latest assistant response or all the assistant responses?
No, we are adding just the latest one. Like we call it only here. And that's
because we
that's the message we sent, and that's the message that we got from there. So there is
it
no
firing
reason...
the event twice because we add the message into the queue, then we get the completion,
You know what? We don't actually need to use that here. Let's push in JavaScript, right?
Yeah.
So that means that case we can have it like that. Let's remove everything. That doesn't make any sense. Like both that it's like it. I think it starts out with something about this seems weird, I guess. If we, let's assume we don't add it. So even in this case, it's adding it twice. You would see two network requests if let me scroll out here. So we would see two network requests if no, we don't see any network request. What?
It's all in the store.
I mean, I'm just going to console log.
Yeah, that's going to be my next suggestion. It's like it's time to pop out the debugger and see if we
okay.
are getting called.
What we see just here is that it is being rendered twice. Yeah, we have the messages set here. Let's see. So it calls it once, but we get it twice in the value of the store. Rather, here. That literally is getting that. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, let's assume that is because of this. Yeah. It appears to be because of the local storage. Something it does there appears to be weird. Can be change something. Let's take a look at the way how it's implemented. So it will get the value from the store. Yeah, it will call get on the initial store. That is this writable. It will save the new value to the store, to storage, and then it will update. Let's take a look. It's 1 a.m. in the morning in Japan, and Eduardo hasn't said anything in quite a while. I think he just fell asleep. I think we are hearing him snoring. Eduardo, are you back?
Yep.
Did you fall asleep?
Kind of, but there's a reason for that. It's not that you're boring. It's more like I woke up at like 3 a.m. yesterday because I've been my time has been a little weird. So
yeah.
Now this is like, I mean, I didn't sleep after I woke up yesterday, but still, like my clock is off, and, and if I don't move around or something, I'll just pass out.
I guess it isn't exactly unexpected. You know what? I'm going to make this, I guess, different. So we can, in principle, just pick this up and produce a, in principle, I can produce a fork of this. Or something like that, where we can just easily change the key on what we're working on. And when the key is changed, so is everything else. But it shouldn't, like, nothing in here suggests that it should do the duplication. It calls the function with the value, gets the new value, it saves it to storage, which is literally a local storage set item with JSON stringify. And then it calls... I see.
The update function.
And then it calls the update function again. So it calls it once, and then it calls it again. The issue is, literally, that we are adding something to the map that we are given. We are not, it's like, this expects that this is fully functional. And I'm using the fact that stuff isn't necessarily fully functional. So I think this would fix the issue. And we can load this. Yeah, it did not fix the issue. Would have expected that it now should do that. I mean, the result, let's refresh everything just to make double sure. Okay, so I guess it's not fully there yet, but why? I guess we can do it like that. No, I need to. So this should be a new object. And it is. But this isn't necessarily like the list that it gets isn't necessarily a new object. Ah, that is very annoying.
It's like caching it.
No, so when I use object assign, it will, in this case, just split out all the fields and produce a new object. But the values are just the same references. And I would need a deep copy essentially to make this be idempotent. So you kind of need that to have the top level be its own thing. But we also, I guess, need to have something along the lines of that. So that it is creating a new object in this case. Yeah, cool. I think we fixed it.
Awesome.
And yeah, and switching between conversations works now. A bit of an excursus into understanding how straws work, I guess.
Yeah. I didn't even know they were a thing.
Yeah, they're great. They're kind of the place where you put global state. And you can have like derived stores and so on. I think the way how we did it here is kind of suboptimal. But it's the thing that I thought of for now. So now in here, when we start a new conversation, I guess just linking to a page doesn't necessarily make sense. Ideally it would. Because then you can link to a page or just change the ID in the URL, and then it would just create a new conversation at that place. In order for that to be a thing, though, we need a place for this to go. So I guess we are going to pull this store out and give it a better name than custom store. I guess or message store it is. can call it our message store here. And that will work. Import message type. And what is this complaining about? That it is not typed. Okay. Now that apparently works on that too. Now we're going to create another file for the next store. I guess conversation store will work. And we're going to just drop it into here. Actually, this is going into here too. So got all messages, and now
Nice looking error page.
what is its problem? Does it complain about? Oh, conversations not defined. Yeah. Forgot to import that. Okay. X. Import this. Oh, come on. No, it shouldn't complain. Yes. Okay. So by moving the actual variable to the store file, that makes this variable available in more places. Because I can build now like import conversations with the conversation store, and what have I defined here? For now it is a list. Okay. So I can have something like this in conversations. What is this? Includes. Oh, this is a search element. Filter. Okay, yeah. So conversations. Filter. ID. Does it have a find? Yeah, okay. So if it can't find anything, we are going to add it. Great. Now I can have start a new conversation. And I have 3 untitled conversations now. Yay!
Yay.
And I can give it an arbitrary ID by just going there. Now I have several untitled conversations. So I guess we want to give that a title. Like we want to be able to edit it. Does Flowbyte have a nice, like the Flowbyte Svelte thing? Does this have a nice alert or anything? It does. Oh, those are not the types of alert I want. There is a modal. It's like I feel I kind of feel janky. So we could just like have a button or even react on a right click and open up a prompt. So, on right click, or is a double click, auxiliary click. What is auxiliary click?
Or right click, I think.
I guess on context menu would be a right click.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. Auxiliary click also doesn't trigger an alert.
Yeah, getting the right click thing working is sometimes not trivial because the browsers don't want people to do that.
It appears that it doesn't actually. Oh, it's because I am not putting it where I think I'm putting it. Okay, so click on this. Okay, illegal invocation for the alert. That's fine. In context menu. Yeah, that would. I guess right click on that isn't. I'm still going to keep it. Rename conversation. So rename conversation. There is confirm and what's the other one? There's alert, there's confirm, and there is one that asks for a value.
Prompt, I think. Was it prompt?
Yes, prompt.
Who's prompting now?
Let's just prompt. Okay, I'm going to get a value there. Name. So we're going to get that. And that shouldn't work. But yes. So anyone who pays close attention noticed that this did change, even though I kind of didn't do that properly. And here you can see that it doesn't, but if we refresh, it also doesn't. It's gone back to what's saved, and that is because we need to update our conversation store. So how do we do that? Easy enough. So first of all, get the index of this conversation, and then we're going to it's called splice, if I remember correctly. In MDM. Guess, as I've been saying, I have no good way of remembering things. So we're going to splice that in here. Or do we even need to? Could literally go like that. And I think it should do something. Yeah. It's just resetting the value and then causing a redraw. Not exactly the greatest way of doing it.
Yeah, but if it works.
It works. Not if you do it like that, it doesn't even look quite as bad. Yeah, so we can even we can even give names to our things now. Wasn't that hard? Like the changes before were kind of more effort.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have conversations, we have messages. Now we have kind of our data structure, and it's time to throw it, kind of destroy the entire stack of like our entire house of cards has to be destroyed now, because now we want to make it into a tree structure overall.
Yeah, and that is always interesting, right? Like, because there's like the recursive nature of everything.
So we have about 25 minutes left to do that.
Easy.
Exactly, easy.
Enough time to get started.
I think the conversations can like stay modeled in the same way. However, we want to have access to the messages of the current conversation everywhere, automatically. That means we want to have a derived store.
Why is it called derived anyways?
Because it's derived from a different store.
Ah, I see.
And current conversation. So we're going to have page, and the value of that is going to be that thing, I guess. And conversation ID, yes. Like that. Yeah, it's going to be of type any, I guess. One. Expect to type. Okay, I'm not going to bother giving it a particular type for now. And so messages could be. Did I not put an export on it? I did. Let's put it then. So messages is literally the value of current conversation. Everything worked right? Yeah, great. Actually, I think that should be renamed to current messages. And we probably want to have a current conversation to also
The active
exist.
conversation.
Yeah, our active conversation. Do we need that right now? So, where was I going with the entire thing? All right, okay, so we want to know the current messages. And that is not trivial. So the easiest way how we could go about it is literally fork the current conversation entirely.
That kind of makes sense. Like if we're gonna be rearranging stuff, then we don't want to necessarily mess with the originals. Like always, we're working with a copy.
Okay. Yeah, so we have a cyclical dependency if I give this a name. Okay, so in principle, let's make it like trivial. In principle, we can have a button on everything, right? That is literally like fork here.
Yeah.
And then it
And
takes
then
the
create a
current
new
conversation and like calls it fork, whatever. And sets the messages of for that conversation. And then we have our forking messages chatbot, don't we? Like no messing around with graphs.
Yeah, like you can't like combine. Like that's the way to do the forking, and then that's cool. And totally fine. Then the thing that we're kind of missing is to be able to like add stuff into another conversation. But that could be done by just being able to like click on the conversation that you want to add stuff into, and then just dragging a copy into another conversation. And if we make it so it's possible to reorder everything, yeah, that could be everything you need.
I'm kind of rethinking the way how we are handling our state at the moment. So just in principle, like there's no reason why they have to be, why there should be two states, like two stores for this. Like there could be conversations and messages all in one store. Then we can call fork on something like with the particular message. It can create a new conversation. There's also no reason why we wouldn't do that with just a function. So, okay, let's have a fork button.
Yeah.
Really? Doesn't have? Okay. And yeah. Fork.
Wow, that's a strong ass reset.
Reset?
Because the fork button doesn't have any buttonness. It's just text.
Oh, right. Okay. Like usually you get something that way. I guess they.
I wonder if they force like a toolbar or something.
Oh, yeah, we could pick up. Something from a
Yeah,
toolbar.
button modal.
There's also
layout,
like a
photo
sidebar that we didn't use that we could
Hmm.
have.
Sure.
Where is it? I think on the text area. They have the toolbar here. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, but that goes into a text area thing
Hmm.
there. You know what? I'm going to use the thing without everything else. Because they have the toolbar here too. And it doesn't have to be inside the text area.
Sweet.
I guess something along those lines. Looks good enough for the top. And instead of that being I'm not even going to bother replacing it.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
a good enough button for now.
Yeah. It's like putting things together rather than forking, but you are like clipping it onto somewhere else. So it makes sense.
Okay.
In some weird way.
Ah, come on. Really? There is no fork icon here? Let me...
You could use like the Git icon.
So... Okay, now we have fork. So fork message. And we can now have an... Is it async? I guess it's going to be async. Function fork message. We're going to use I guess messages index of message that gives us the message index, and how do I get a copy of something?
I think there is object dot.
Is there like
clone.
a sublist or something?
Sublist.
Slice. The slice,
Yeah.
returns a shallow copy, and I think it's exactly what I want. Do you want a slice up to the message index, I guess. Like, so if I use slice 2, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Just 2
Why is
drops
that?
the first 2.
Yeah, but I want exactly the other way around. Like, is it then 0, 2?
No, I think you do 2 minus 1. Like the, or no. You want the first one.
Like, I want to start from the beginning and get like up including to that. I've got frog messages. I get the conversation. And then I do conversations. Yes. If you know what? Something along the lines of conversation ID, then something along the lines of that should give us a good enough initial ID. The title is title. They can. That produces a new one. I think we want to retain a reference to that. And that is because we want to set all messages forkconf ID equals to fork messages. Right? That makes sense. Yeah, a fork.
Cool.
Okay, and I can fork that again.
This is fork. Yeah. Cool, we totally did it in 15 minutes. For
okay, and
interesting values of we.
An interesting thing is that it appears that we have lost the background differentiation. Oh. Yeah, that was me. Okay. Now if we make this small, I guess that is smaller. And we drop some of that. And I guess some here. It's a bit too much. Okay, now we have a cute little fork button. And if we put that to I guess it's flexing. Yeah. Now it doesn't even look half bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess we have our forking ChatGPT done in 4 hours.
Only 2 hours more than we originally said it would take.
And we have also talked for half an hour about all of the things unrelated to this. Like all the, what was it? Stable diffusion stuff.
Okay, I'm back. My AirPods completely died. Yes, talk about that.
Yeah.
Just like they're now no longer lasting 4 hours, just in time to buy the new ones.
Yeah, I guess so.
Of course.
So we have now plenty of new conversations. I guess being able to delete them would be useful.
Yeah.
I just use them. They're there and empty.
But now I want to combine. But we can leave that as an exercise to the readers.
Yeah. I mean, now we have something that's not an empty page, so we can do something with this.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess thanks everyone who was watching this kind of chaotic approach to doing things. But
yeah, we were totally planning to do something else, but yeah, then we had this idea. I was like, you know what, that could actually be really useful. So we decided to do it.
Yeah, and now, like, there's so many things that I hate about this. And that means that I can actually do something about that, because it's there, it works.
Yeah.
I can literally go ahead and use it. Like, so can ask it for the Python code to get the weather. And I mean, that isn't usually like the problem. Yeah, one of the problems of this thing is that it doesn't have a copy button. And sometimes you want to copy the text, especially you want to copy it in the original markdown that it gives you. Like you want to copy the raw thing. And OpenAI doesn't give you that. Like to click a button and get that. Like
yep,
the full thing. So now we have our own UI and we can change it. And that's great.
Yep.
So everyone, thank you very much for watching.
Better than just a demo. Which is essentially what that OpenAI thing is, like in terms of its complexity.
Yeah. I guess the only thing that irks me now is that I'm paying for it. And I'm paying for it to use my own thing too.
Yeah. Well, we could always hook it up to RWKV and, just kind of deal with the kind of dumber version of GPT-3.
Yeah, I mean, we could try it, like maybe the next time or something.
Yeah. Actually, one thing I was looking in a tweet today is like just having another model that criticizes the original post for things like, you know, humanness or conciseness or things like that, and then giving the original LLM the chance to revise its thing based off of that feedback, and then sending it over. I kind of guess that RWKV could do that too, like for itself. Just have a different, you know, just have different states of the model as it's critiquing versus doing the thing, and that could work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's
Might
so
make
many
it
things that
be
you
better.
can try.
Yeah. So maybe we'll try it next stream.
Yeah. Okay. Once
Okay.
again, thanks everyone for watching. Eduardo, you can finally go to bed.
Yes.
And yeah, I guess we'll see everyone next week.
Talk later, everyone.
Talk later. Bye.